Hi, everyone. Oh, got a late start today. In general, I guess technically, yeah, with this too. 2 minutes late. How's everybody doing? I just barely got my stack over here. But we got there. We got there. Morning, Michael. I can't believe we're halfway through TBR Spin. That's crazy. I was just looking up like what the longest day of the year is, and it was 2 days ago. I still thought that was ahead of us. Hi, welcome in. Also, I've made an executive decision that I'm not replacing the prompt from last time in the hopes that we actually get a swap, because we haven't gotten a swap yet this year, and that seems criminal. Hi, Cheryl. If you get to read my June Spin book, totally fine. Still June. I finished mine this past week, I think on like Monday. That was The Help, which I ended up liking quite a bit, especially the audiobook. I think the audiobook really helped me. I was having kind of a hard time just reading it because I couldn't get past the whole like Catherine Stockett writing in Ebonics for like 2/3 of the book. But once I was listening to it, and Octavia Butler is one of the narrators on it, then I was having a great time. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Amelia. I just said hi to Cheryl. I just realized. Hi, Gemma. I'm still working on Carl's doomsday scenario. Don't judge me. I haven't been reading a lot in general, though. This past week, I thought I was going to read a ton this past week, and I like barely read anything. Hi, Nicole. Oh, yay. That's funny. Yeah, I was kind of the same way the other way around. I had seen Years Forever, and then I finally joined. What was that? It was a couple of days ago, right? I've completely fallen off the TBR spin wagon here for the sprints, so totally fine. They also work just as well as just sprints. Finished my June book 2 days ago. Nice, Amelia. You are on track. Hey, Sarah. Just say hi to Cheryl one more time. 3rd time's a charm. Hi, Cheryl. I need more Carl and Donut. Yeah, for sure. I actually have it like literally right next to me. Because I was reading it last night on my Kobo, so I actually have to update what page I'm on, but I'm working on it. And I'm still having fun. I think I'm learning about myself that I don't like fight scenes quite as much as I thought I did. So when I get to those, I'm like, I just want to know what happens, like how the ending is. But then like I find myself like being like, this is a good stopping point, which is crazy as they're starting a fight. And then while I'm reading the fight, I keep like trying to rush forward and then being like, okay, go back and actually read what's happening. You're not reading what's happening. Nicole's reading sprints and channel are fantastic. Yes. And she has so many reading sprints. It's really great. So yeah, if you're a fan of these reading sprints, definitely go check out Nicole's channel as well. She's got tons of them. And I'll be there sometimes too, because I need that accountability. Hi, Maria. Glad you're joining Dungeon Crawler Carl. I need to get to book 2. Yes, it is immediately them like figuring out all the stuff they have to figure out at the beginning of book 2. I was like so in it. And those, I feel like those parts I really like. And I want to find out how everybody else picked those, but that's all I'll say because I don't want to spoil book 1. But yeah, Gemma and I are in she's part of my sci-fi reading group that's now not just a sci-fi reading group anymore because we're reading Dungeon Crawler Carl now. Although it's been a mess because we were just supposed to do the first book this month. Everybody finished super quickly. And now I think all but me have finished book 2. Every Monday, that's what I thought. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's probably why I was able to finish the help that day, now that I'm thinking about it. Morning, Anne. Yay, first sprint ever. Welcome, Fabiola. I'm desperate to start book 3 waiting on Sarah. Yep. Yep, that's me. It's a good sign, means I must start book 2 ASAP. Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those feelings where I'm like, as soon as I like really have the time in like a day, I'm just going to sit down and read the rest of it. Because I am loving it. And I have a feeling that we're just as a reading group going to read through the whole series until we're caught up. And like, that's our only option at this point. And I might switch to that depending on how I'm feeling about the weird thing is I either want to read that or I want to read nonfiction today. So we'll see what I get in the spin. It is a weird line to be walking where it's like, just Dungeon Crawler Carl or nonfiction in general. Yes, you must. Like today, probably not today, but you know, who knows? Oh my gosh, yeah, 50 watching. I didn't even notice. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we're so close to 10,000, which is crazy to me. Absolutely nuts. Hi, Jenny. Morning. Ooh, there's a great interview with Matt Dinneman on Spinny's channel. He's the loveliest author. He must be like just knowing how Dungeon Crawler Carl got started. I feel like he has to be great. Oh my gosh, yeah. I think that I think officially 50 is the most concurrent people that we've ever had in this. So this is very exciting. Hi, Sam. Okay, so I don't even have the wheel up yet, but as a reminder for what my stack is, what I am working with, this is what I have left for the year. So I'm hoping for nonfiction, which I mean, I have a third of a chance. I have a 33% chance of getting a nonfiction. That's my hopes. I don't know why I was going to put that on the ground. Was literally just hoping for a reading sprint. Oh, nice. Yep, perfect timing. Yeah, and for anybody that is new here, this is a TBR Spin Sprint, which means that we start with a spin. You don't have to join for that part. We're also just doing reading sprints. We have a few people here that have been into TBR Spin in the past, but are just here for the reading sprints. I forgot we were spinning today and not just sprinting. I have 3 others to finish meanwhile. That's okay. You got this. And if not, that's okay too, honestly. Sometimes I'm still surprised that I am so on track, but it's literally just because I start the books in these reading sprints. Like I have to start them in the reading sprints. But no guarantees I won't switch over to Carl's Doomsday Scenario after a sprint or 2. Okay, but I do need to get the wheel up. And then I said earlier, but not many people were in yet, but I decided to not replace the prompt that we got last. I mean, like it's off the board, but I'm not putting a new prompt on there in the hopes that that gets a slightly more of a chance of getting a swap since we haven't had a swap yet this year. And that's sad. It's crazy because last year we literally started with a swap. I think I think Jill and I had made the executive decision to not do the swap as the first prompt last year. And then I still think we got like another 1 or 2 last year in general. Okay. But what are people reading? Are people reading their TBR spin book? Are you reading something else? If so, what? 3 current reads, I mean. Oh, good. I'm up to date with TBR. Okay, you're fine. You know what? That sounded wrong, but I was like, sure, whatever. You're 3 books behind in TBR spin. Maybe, I don't know. First timer here. Yay. Hi, Kendall. Watching a few older sprints while reading. I love the community. Yes, the community is awesome. I am so happy with this like group of readers and all the new people that have been joining too. Everybody's just like so lovely. I keep putting other reads down to listen to the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. That's kind of, yeah, where I'm at right now. It's not a bad place to be, but there are reads that I have for like other reading groups that I'm just totally ignoring. But that's okay. I've been behind in one of them basically since the beginning, so it's nothing new. Oh, nice. Welcome, Danny. First time here too. Not sure what the spin is about, but I'm currently reading Drop of Corruption. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's a year-long reading challenge that we do, and this is our third, I think our third year doing it. But yeah, just means we start with a little something extra. But if anybody is interested in joining, you can still technically join like at any point during the year. You basically just need a stack of books that's equal to the number of months left in the year. So right now we're spinning for July. So you would need like 6 books left. Obviously, that's a lot to start to join a reading sprint and then just hop in and join that. But if you want to even think about starting next month or whatever, then next time we get together for this specific sprint, then we'll be reading or we'll be picking from a stack of 5 books. Basically, the wheel is just like a list of prompts. My remaining books are Small Mercies, The Heart Goes On Upstream, Where the Lost Wonder, An Anthropology of Mars, The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Wish me luck. I would love to pick Addie LaRue. I would love for you to pick that up too, because I feel like every person that loves that book gets me like one step closer to actually picking it up, which it's a book I want to pick up. I just don't own it. So like, and I'm trying to read books that I own, but man, is it hard. I need to make progress with my 2 buddy reads. Yeah, that's I have progress I need to make with buddy reads. I'm working on The Starving Saint by Caitlin Starling. Pretty wild so far. Nice. Still reading. Still don't know how to pronounce it. Boudica. I don't know. The Things We Lost by Jodi Patel and Iron Flame. Oh, wow. Just finished listening to Glorious Exploits, which I loved. Oh, good. How are you liking Iron Flame? Okay. Oh, I forgot about this. My wheel, the wheel I was using, oh no, this is such an annoying time for this. The wheel I was using, my whole like wheel of names like thing reset randomly for no reason. Okay, so I just need to make sure I don't have anything. I still had all the prompts like separate from the wheel, but I hadn't updated it in a few months. So I just need to make sure we don't have anything on it that we have already gotten. Okay, we got the book you most want to read, I'm pretty sure. Does anybody remember if we got a book that intimidates you? Oh, now I'm spoiling all the prompts. Sorry, usually you don't know. Oh, I know. We got a book by an author you've never read before. We definitely got that one. I don't think we got a book that intimidates you. I don't think so. Okay. Oh, and the swaps aren't on here. That's no good. Okay, I'm going to mute myself for just a second because I know my typing with the mic being like sitting on my desk is not the most fun sound. Okay, we're good. We're good. The wheel's ready. Everything's fine. It's not going to be color coded like it usually is, but that's okay. I can deal with that later. I'm 314 pages into my, oh my gosh, her kid 500 books in 24 hours. It's 4 p.m. and I want to finish before bedtime. Oh, okay. Everybody give Maria good luck. When I was about at this point, I really needed a good luck from a lot of people. That extra encouragement. I'm currently just working on my bullet journal, not reading anything in June, just getting ready for her kid 2 in July. Oh, very exciting. Oh, I used to have a bullet journal and I loved it. Now I do journals from Hobonichi, which I also love. And most of them do have like bulleted pages as well. So there's still like a few layouts I can do. But I used to do like the full thing. I wonder if I still have my old bullet journal. I was very proud of it. One of my coworkers saw it one day and they were like, "Are you okay? You put this amount of work into planning?" I was like, "It's a whole community. You have no idea." I'm reading Is This the Rachel Incident and having a great time. I nearly read that book at some point, but can't remember. I'm reading The Dream Hotel by Layla Lamani now, and I'm enjoying it very much. I was craving near future dystopia. What did I read by Layla Lamani? Did she do Night Crawling? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yes, Layla Lamani. No, not. Oh, I haven't read anything by her. Have I? Wow, I really thought that I had. I feel like I've said her name a bunch. So therefore, I thought that I had read something by her. But now I don't think so. This is bugging me more than it should be. Really liked Addie LaRue. Okay, good. I need to put in a loan at the library and just read it. I'm going to be listening to our evenings for BookTube Prize while I put up some curtains. Nice. Oh, double duty. Afterwards, I'll pick up a couple more stories from She's Haunted, the June TBR Spin book. Perfect. The past 2 months have been heavy library months. I was doing pretty well at reading my books until then. Yeah, I did. I fixed my reading my TBR a little bit yesterday with a video that I filmed. So I'm excited for that to go out. I think that'll go out on Friday. And so I'm trying to like reset, and then I've got some other goals for reading down my TBR that I'm hoping on working on. I'm only about 60 pages into Iron Flame, but so far so good. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what the consensus is because I've heard it both ways that either the second book is people's least favorite or the third book are people's least favorite. But for me, I actually really liked Iron Flame. I still don't think I liked it as much as the first book, but that's almost always true for me in series. So there are very few series that are the exception there. The only one I can think of off the top of my head is the Farseer trilogy. Just finished Bat Eater this morning, which was a 5-star. Nice. Congrats on a 5-star. Oh, just got Glorious exploits from Libby 10 weeks early. That is always a great feeling. Unless you're not ready for it, because that happened to me with several books this month. Hi, Marcella. Welcome. I finished it on Libby. The audio is so good. Okay, well, now I want to read it. Good luck. Yes, good lucks for Marie. She's got this. I'm also reading A Job of Corruption, hoping to finish it today. Oh, perfect. I love when people are reading the same book in here. I'm reading By Blood, by Salt by J.L. Odom. I don't think I've heard of that one. I'll have to look that up during. I'm reading Don't Let Him In by Lisa Jewell. Nice. Is that one of her older books or one of her newer books? I never know with Lisa Jewell because I've heard that like her older stuff isn't as good. But I enjoyed the one that I read, None of This Is True by her. You got this, Marie. I use the time to quickly put together a list of books. Oh, nice. I love making a book list. Just went through my reading challenges. There's a lot to pick from. Love it. Perfect. And perfect timing because I think we'll go ahead and spin our wheel. And those who are doing TBR Spin can pick your July book. Okay, let me share the wheel. And okay, not as pretty as it normally is, but that's okay. And yeah, we'll go ahead and spin. Oh wait, did I do a shuffle? I did. Yes, okay. I just didn't want the swaps to be right next to each other since I just re-added them in. We're still not getting a swap. Okay, I'm not adding any new swaps until we get a swap. I refuse. A book that features a landscape on the cover or location in the title. Ooh, okay. This one I added early on thinking that we would have a lot more options. That happens sometimes. That's the hard thing about this challenge is coming up with prompts that will work for 12 books, but also for like when you have 2 books on your thing. But as always, if you are unsure of the book that, or if you don't have anything on your list that fits that prompt, then you can swap off a book to bring on a book from your larger TBR that does fit the prompt. Just make sure that going into the next month, you have one less book on your stack. So you do have to remove a book. I think this is going to be pretty easy for me. I don't think I'm doing nonfiction though. That's okay. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing Kite Runner because I don't think that anything else, definitely not my 2 nonfictions, which is really what I wanted. Technically, location, I've got American Psycho. It's got American in it, but I don't think that, I feel like Kite Runner fits way more. And I'm okay with not reading American Psycho right now. Anyway, really, if there was a way that I could like fudge my way into the one of the nonfiction books working, then I probably would. But since I can't, I am perfectly happy with doing Kite Runner. I feel like this one has been a long time coming for me. Okay, what are other people getting? Oh, I missed this message. I need to read Eat the Ones You Love before the Literally Dead live show. Oh, nice. I was doing so well with the Literally Dead book club for like the first couple months of the year, and now I haven't. But to be fair, I wasn't super into this one anyway. I think there was just like a couple horror books, and I just read so many horror books. Weirdly, it's not like typically a genre I read a lot of. But yeah, I need to look at like what the upcoming ones are and pick some to join in on because I am starting to crave thrillers again. I also read a lot of thrillers back to back. So I think that I only wanted to read fantasy for a while, and I'm starting to get over it. It's officially happening. My June book was Home Fire, and you were right, Sarah. I found it quite disappointing. Yeah, there was a portion of it that I liked. I saw a glimmer of a book that I liked in there. But yeah, overall, it was kind of disappointing. What was that? Camilla Shamsi, I think. I haven't read anything else by her. I don't know if she has anything else, but I would be willing to try because of the portion that I did like. I'd be willing to try more. Well, looks like I'm continuing to read Dune then. Nice. Would a house count as a location? I would say so. Yeah. I'm going to say executive decision. Yes. No Addie Leary for me, but 4 of my books have a landscape on them. Wow. That's impressive. Am I crazy? No, none of my books do. Just Kite Runner. I'm glad that I do have one that does have it though. As much as I wanted to swap, I wanted like a true swap. I didn't want like I couldn't meet the prompt swapped. I'm not home, but I think my version of Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin, I never know how to pronounce that, counts. Nice. I'm reading one of my lowest rated books from my TBR for her kid. Oh, yeah. I bet I'm kind of glad to have gotten rid of that prompt in doing like a combo of my version 1 and version 2, or of the version 1 and version 2 challenges, because I always feel so weird entering into something knowing it's my lowest rated. I tried to one time do a video that was reading all my lowest rated books, and it was so bad. I think I was just like in a bad mind space. I think if I had been reading it like fine, like without that knowledge in my head, things would have gone better. And I couldn't shake that. So now I don't want to do it. My spin book is going to be Kala by Colin Walsh. Nice. You're in for a treat with Kite Runner. Oh, good. Yeah, I've heard amazing things about Kite Runner and the other book by Khaled Hosseini. I don't know. A Thousand Splendid Suns. I've also heard great things about A Thousand Splendid Suns. Kite Runner is fantastic. Devoured it in 2 days. Ooh, I could definitely use that. I'm going with Water Moon by Samantha Soto Yambao. I don't know. But I keep seeing the book everywhere, Water Moon, and it's so pretty. So that's purely why I want to pick it up, but I don't know what it's actually about. Even though I swear I've seen several channels reading it. Maybe I've just forgotten. We'll say that. It Is Room will be my July pick. Nice. Trying to finish Autocracy Inc. by Anne Applebaum. Eager to start How Fascism Works by Jason Stanley. Ooh, I haven't heard of that, but I do like the title. That does sound like a good nonfiction. I can't believe how much of a nonfiction mood I'm in right now, actually. I could use this for the book that's blurred by 3 authors. Perfect for her kid. Nice. Love it. Is Elsewhere a location? Because I have the Book of Elsewhere by Keanu Reeves. I would say yes. And that's not just because when I first read that, I was thinking of Elsewhere by Alexis Shakin. But even though it's not that book that you're talking about, I'm going to say yes. I guess I'm going with Somewhere Beyond the Sea by TJ Klune. That's a good one for this prompt. I read the Cerulean Sea. Is that the second book to that one? My pick is The Story of Lucy Galt by William Trevor. I had already started this book twice before, so it will be read now or unhauled. It's time. It's time to figure it out. I'm going to go for The Stone House by Yara Hawari, also the shortest on my stack. Nice. Loved Kala. I hope you would also enjoy. Perfect. I'm going to read Madhouse at the End of the Earth. Ooh, I like that. I like Earth as being the location for it. I have a book pile, which I'm very behind on, and a graphic novel pile. I have some options, but it looks like it'll be The Grace of Kings by Helen Windhorn. Perfect. Watermoon is very good. Read it in a day. Ooh, okay. Maybe I will. I pick Upstream, Mary Oliver essays. Perfect. I feel like Mary Oliver is very popular in this chat. Jason Stanley also wrote a new book called Erasing History. I was told to read How Fascism Works first. Oh, okay. I will have to look into that one. There are so many. usually I am looking up every book that people are talking about that I haven't heard of. But also the first time before our first sprint on the spin days are always the longest before we actually get sprinting. So I want to do that and make sure we get to that first sprint. Yes, the second book started it earlier this year, and the beginning was so cheesy that I was a bit worried. It's too much for me. Loved the first one though. I didn't love the first one for its cheesiness factor. Also, I don't know, the writing of TJ Klune. I don't know if I think it might just be the writing that I wasn't getting along with as much, which stinks because I feel like a lot of people love TJ Klune, but I am giving him another shot with Wolfsong. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. Because I did, for some reason, even though I didn't really like the one book I'd read by TJ Klune, I did buy the first 2 books in that series. When I see something in a used bookstore that I might read, all of my smart decision making goes out the window. I'm reading Blackwood's Blue Sky and loving it so far. A Literary Beauty and the Beast retelling. Oh, I haven't read a retelling in a long time. Actually, I'll be reading one very soon though, but it won't be a fairy tale retelling. It'll just be a classic retelling. I'm going to pretend Blackwoods fits the prompt. I think it does. That could be a location. There's the Black Forest, so that works. Hi, Christina. Okay, we are going to go ahead and start the first sprint for today. And I am going to, in the meantime, update the story graph challenge. Also, if you're new here, there is a story graph challenge that goes along with this. Uh, and so I'll update July to reflect our new prompt and also throw it as a banner on here for anybody that's joining late. But yeah, I think that's all the housekeeping. And I'm going to go grab my coffee that Curtis has definitely made at this point. I've been smelling it. Okay, just need to get open our timer. Okie doke. Okay. Perfect. And we're ready to get sprinting. So happy reading, everyone. Okay, first sprint done. How did everybody do? Oh, I already. I'm trying to remember where I was. I don't have a stack for spinning. I'm a new subscriber. Totally fine. But I have a June TBR for Gameathon, and I think the woods all in black would work for this prompt. Oh, perfect. Nice. I don't think that I have heard of Gameathon. I assume it is a queer readathon for the month, which makes sense. I just want to join all the reading challenges. There needs to be less reading challenges in the world. That book was one of my most surprising of the year. Oh, Blackwood's Blue Sky. Ooh. That's me. I posted that. I did finish Happy Place, and I guess this prompt means I will for sure read The City in Glass next. Nice. Oh, and Angela, didn't you just hit like 10,000 like recently? And I think 5 years on YouTube, which yesterday was my 5 years on YouTube, which I did not realize until I like logged into my little YouTube Studio app, and it was like happy 5 years, and I was like, oh gosh. I feel like it doesn't feel like that long already. Read a few chapters of my book and made lunch. Nice. 50 pages down, 150 left. Yes, Marie, you got this. Well, you did better than I did. I only got through like 20 pages. To be fair, I was like updating the challenge and everything in Storygraph and all that good stuff. But also I always have the hardest time starting books, and now I feel like I'm more into it. So next sprint I can make a little more progress. About 180 pages of A Darker Shade of Magic. Not gonna lie, kind of bored. Oh no. I'm trying to think of where you would be at in the book, and if it's about to get like more interesting or something. I can't remember. But I do know that I loved it for the setting and the people. And it was more about the events in the later two books for me personally. Although I do feel like quite a bit happens in like the second half of Darker Shade of Magic. So thank you. Yay, 5 years. I made progress on 2 buddy reads. Nice. I picked The Kite Runner. Ooh, there we go. By Khalid Hosseini. I looked up the pronunciation during that too. Didn't want to be saying it wrong. No reading done, but posted some reviews on Instagram. You know what? That is that is an accomplishment. I am so bad about that. I feel like I basically just do Instagram stories and I never do like actual posts, but I want to do posts. My dream is to do like every week to do an update of the books that I've read for the week, or like the progress that I've made or whatever. Read about 20 pages, also browsed AC units. Fun. What a fun activity. 50 pages into Fahrenheit 451. Was hoping to maybe read all of it today since it's only 170 pages total, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I read that book fast. I had like a long plane ride, I remember. I was flying to Mexico City. Oh, that was such a fun trip. I love like the books that you read on trips or like when you're doing something special, and then they are like associated with that in your mind from then on. Oh yes, thank you, Amelia. You're so good at remembering this. Yeah, please give this sprint a like if you're having a good time. It does really help the channel. Obviously, things have been growing, and it's really awesome. It's so great how many people are here today. But so far in my book, I was having like a little bit of a hard time just initially, which I always do in like literally every book I start. But at the end of chapter 1, I had like full goosebumps and like wanted to tear up for some reason. Just like the last few lines of that chapter like really hit. Like, it's very impressive. So and now I'm almost on a chapter 2, so I'm more engaged. I actually don't even remember, like, what the actual synopsis of this is about because 'cause it's been so long since I got this book, which is why it's on the stack so that I can finally give it its attention that it deserves. Around 25 pages of There Are Rivers in the Sky. This is becoming a favorite of the year. Oh, that's great. I don't want it to end. That's awesome. Feel like everybody's having a pretty decent time. Hopefully, Darker Shades of Magic gets better for you, Christina. Okay. I think we can just go ahead and jump into the next sprint. We chatted for a while before the start of the first one, so also I really just want to. Now that I'm like hitting my groove, I'm just ready for it. So yeah, let's get into our second sprint. Happy reading. Okay, second sprint done. How did everybody do? I made it 50 pages in, so a little bit faster that time. A little bit of a better reading speed. Still kind of slow, but yeah, I feel like the main plot has started kicking off. Yeah. It's sad, like, I kinda wanted to just see them as, like, the 2 friends as, like, boys for longer, but I know that this is obviously, like, the main point of the story. Upstream is just random thoughts of the poet. How is it? Are they good random thoughts? I'm sure it will. I loved Addie LaRue, so this is, Darker Shades of Magic. I loved Addie LaRue, so I might have just gone in with very high expectations. Yeah, I'm surprised that I liked Addie more since it's much more of no plot, just vibes. Yeah, I think like part of me is nervous because I really want to like V.E. Schwab's literary fiction as well. But I just haven't like tried it yet. And I love her fantasy so much. And like I want them to be the same. So I think like part of me is nervous. But I am planning on reading Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil soon. Because I do have that one on my Kobo. But so far, they're 2 very different books. So I'm guessing I'm still in the fantasy plot setup of Darker Shades. Yeah, I think you would be. I'm trying to. I read this in like November of last year, so I should be able to remember better. But I feel like it all just kind of blends together into what the whole thing was. But I do feel like there was a good amount of setup. I did read it very quickly, though. Hi, Becky. Just joined a little late. I've been at my book club's picnic. Oh, nice. Oh, that sounds lovely. My pick will be Nesting by Royson O'Donnell. Thanks. Ooh, Anne's got storms. Hopefully it's not too bad, or hopefully you can stay inside, really. Hi, Nadim. Glad you could join us. 50 pages left in my book, almost done. Great job, Kim. I started Where the Lost Wander. I love it more than Upstream. It's a Western. Okay, nice. I can't remember the last time that I've read a Western. I feel like you are on a Barbara Kingsolver journey. How many books has she written? I feel like I didn't realize how many books she's written until seeing all the ones that you've been reading by her. Ate lunch and one more story out of She's Haunted. Loving this short story collection. Nice. Ooh, I could use another short story collection on my list. I'm a little over halfway in my book, and I don't think I'm built for one book at a time. I need to read something else. I am very much the same way. Although I have a bunch of books that I do need to finish. And actually, that would be really great because I have not finished that many books this month, and I would like to add some more to that list. So I should really be focusing on that. I'm in the middle of too many books right now. 40 pages left, 40 pages, 110 left, reading Daughter of the Moon Goddess. Oh, nice. My strategy of picking a Sunday for this challenge is working. Awesome. Yay. Okay, you're almost to the 100 pages. I feel like whenever I'm at like 100 pages left of a book, then it's a lot easier to read the rest of it for me. Ate lunch and washed dishes. Still no reading done. I'm so tired, and it's been 35 degrees Celsius here today. Oof. That is warm. So far, I've read 5 books by Kingsolver. That's awesome. Oh, and I still only have read my one, and I just keep talking about the Poisonwood Bible. Maybe I should put that one up for a book club poll at some point. I feel like that would be good. Just started on the Patreon because we're doing a book club, but I just posted the poll for that this morning for our July and August books. But I feel like the Poisonwood Bible would be good for a future one. Just read a whole chunk of The Things That We Lost and recorded my buddy read message. Great job. Such a good book. Think I'll do Iron Flame in the next sprint. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch mine up too. Also for fantasy. I think I'm gonna switch to Carl's Doomsday Scenario so that I can catch up and then my reading group can move on in the series and stop waiting for me. Also, I'm very excited to read it. And I hit the end of a chapter in The Kite Runner, so I'm pretty pleased with that. And then I think that maybe after Carl's Doomsday Scenario, I'll pick back up The Kite Runner, or none of this matters. I'm not going to finish that book like in these sprints. I don't know why I'm talking about this. But I'm starting to think through all the books I'm in the middle of that I really need to finish. The Poisonwood Bible is absolutely amazing. Yeah, I hear great things about it. Also, I finished The Safe Keep after our last sprint, and it was absolutely brilliant. Highly recommend. Okay, great. Yeah, I've got a loan that I'm waiting for the library, which I believe I put in just after talking to you about it our last sprint. Yeah, it's a great book. Okay, good. Also love Demon Copperhead. Yes, Demon Copperhead was great. The Safe Keep is in the pile. Nice. Is that the pile, like your TBR pile, your TBR spin stack, or just like TBR in general? Was it Demon Copperhead that was tied with Trust by Hernan Diaz for, what was that, the National Book Award? How did people feel about that? I struggle with it because I really loved both books. And so I like that both won. I personally, I prefer Trust a little bit more than Demon Copperhead, which is probably more of the unpopular opinion between the two. But man, did I love Trust. And actually, I just saw Hernan Diaz book in a used bookstore the other day, and I almost bought it, but I'm trying to be good. But I do really want to read it now. I've already read one and DNF'd another from your poll, so I'm very curious what we'll pick in the end. Yes, I'm also very curious. I was pretty sure, was it Martyr that you DNF'd? I felt like we had talked about Martyr before, Amelia. Or I don't know, I can't remember. But yeah, I feel like that was the one that we talked about. But yeah, that collection of books is like a collection of books that I'm very excited about reading, and also I think would be good for conversation. Okay, it was the Pulitzer, not the National Book Award. I don't like Demon Copperhead. I don't understand the hype. Fair. Yeah, it reminded me a lot of The Goldfinch, which I also really loved, by Donna Tartt. And there's something about those types of stories. I almost never go for them unless I'm reading them for some other reason. But when I do read them, I tend to really like them. I have a pile on my desk to be read. Nice. I really need to reread Trust. Yeah, I feel like I need to reread Trust too. I feel like I'd like it more on a second time around. I had a good time, but don't think I was in the right headspace for it. Sitting in the park trying to read about stocks was sending me. Yeah. I kind of feel like, what's the perfect environment to read Trust in? It has to be like at like a New York library or something. If you could like read it in any environment in the world. Oh, you know what? That's a good book club question, actually, for like when discussing a book. What is the best environment to read this in? I'm thinking a library in New York for Trust. What are your thoughts? What's the best place to read Demon Copperhead then? I feel like it's got to be in like the middle of nowhere, the USA. Okay, yeah, it was Martyr. But I would give it another try if it wins. Nice. Oh, never done reading sprints before. First time. Welcome. If you don't know how they work, basically we chat for a little bit and then we read for like 40 minutes at a time and then we chat again between them. So we're in chatting time right now. Um, and feel free to say what you're going to be reading if you are going to be reading during the sprints, or if you're going to be doing some productivity or something like that. Then that's also, I do that a lot. Sometimes I do that in my own sprints. I don't usually in the spin sprints because I usually stick to my TBR spin book the whole time. But I actually am going to be switching this time. But a lot of times I'll do editing too. Which is really nice, especially when I'm just starting out editing a video. It is so nice to just have like one sprint of like getting into it, and then it's so much easier to pick back up later. My problem with Demon Copperhead was that I did not like Daisy and David Copperfield and did not like the female in Demon 2. Yeah, I could see that. I actually haven't read David Copperfield. I don't know if I want to, if I'm being honest. I don't know if it's on my 100 books bucket list. That's Dickens, right? Is David Copperfield? I'm going to feel really dumb if this is wrong. I'm pretty sure though. Okay, yeah, it is Dickens. I've only read one Dickens before, and it's just A Christmas Carol. So I have Great Expectations. I own that. I feel like I own another Dickens, actually. Maybe not, though. Unsure. But it might be on my 100 books bucket list poster. I need to revisit that because I know that I've read some off of that. Oh, actually, Kite Runner's on that poster. That's very exciting. I should do like a full video about my bucket list. I feel like I mention it all the time and I never really dive into it, but that could be fun. And then I could update it to like what I've read now, because I'm pretty sure I never crossed off Great Gatsby. There's a couple others that I know that I've read recently that I haven't crossed off, but that could be a fun video. It's fun that there are new sprinters here today. Yeah, that's awesome. So happy to see new faces. Read Trust in a Coffee Shop on Wall Street. That's a good one. Yeah, especially if you could like hit that morning rush, but just be sitting there for it while the others are like walking in and out, getting their coffee on their way to work. Like just a bunch of finance bros. That would be perfect. My unpopular opinion is that I like the first part the most in Trust. I would have to say that must be an unpopular opinion. Because yeah, Trust is one of those books that I liked the more the further that I got into it. So each part that I read through, I liked it more and more. And that first part I was really questioning, but I do kind of think that on a reread, I would really like that first part now. Question, is the book club discussion exclusively on Patreon, or does the Patreon also have a Discord? I know it's still very new, but I'm thinking of joining. Oh, yay. Yeah, absolutely no pressure to join or anything. It does not currently have a Discord, but I have been thinking, I technically have one started that I'm just like organizing, and then planning on adding to it, but it doesn't currently. So if that's the decision maker for you, then don't join now. I'll let you know when there is a Discord. But it will have a Discord. And then, yeah, I think book club discussion would be on there. Also on Storygraph, because they have a book club feature, which is really nice. Which I think I'll probably be better at updating. But I think I might like put a poll to see, you know, where people most prefer. I know not everybody has a Storygraph, but also not everybody has Discord. So it's kind of a toss up. But yeah, and then I'll still be talking about whatever the book I read is on YouTube at some point in like a wrap up or something. But yeah, that's where like the discussion would be. And then possibly doing like a live show too. Now that I have, at first when I started the Patreon, I was like, there could literally be like one member. I don't know how this is going to be. But I think we have like 10 people now. So I feel more confident in doing like a live show as well for it, or like some type of live conversation with patrons for it. But yeah, I would like something like for while we're reading it as well. Yeah, so many new people here today. It's awesome to see. Reading by Blood by Salt, by JL Odom. I feel somebody else was reading that today. Or was that just did you just join? I swear I've seen this. But that was the winner. I had never heard of this book award before, Herkyed, before looking at version 1, and now it's not on my version. It's not on my current bingo board anymore. Mostly because the new version of that prompt is to read from a book award, and like I've got to do Booker. It's just it's so ingrained in my channel, even though I haven't done it in like 2 years. But I do kind of want to explore that award a little bit. I'm very curious about it. So let me know if that's a good one to start with, if you end up liking it. I don't know. I feel like a bed and breakfast on the lake somewhere in Switzerland or something for trust. I mean, I would read anything at a bed and breakfast on a lake in Switzerland. Maybe that's just the ideal book place to read, like any book you have. It should be there. Oh my gosh, now that's all I want to do. All I want to do is travel somewhere and be in a bed and breakfast and be reading. One day. My book club all reads different books and then brings a book to swap, so you always go home with something new. Oh, that's fun. However, we ended up all getting into romance and sharing those between us as well. Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. I just got in the mood to actually read a romance book again, and it has been I'm trying to think of the last romance that I read that wasn't like technically I guess it would have been Onyx Storm, but that's a romantasy. What's the last like straight romance that I read? Not straight as in like a romance. Oh, actually that reminds me. The Pairing. The Pairing was the last romance that I read. Something traumatic just happened 235 pages into Black Woods, Blue Sky, and I'm shook. I'm going to pause you because I need to see if a little girl will be okay. Understandable. Do that first. Also, I love Demon Copperhead, but have tried to read David Copperfield 3 times. If Richard Armitage narrating the audiobook can't make me like it, nothing can. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to be doing the audiobook of Great Expectations. I can't remember who. There's somebody that like recently, or at least recently-ish, like in the past like 10 years or so, did the audiobook for that I think I would like. Just found your channel. I'm new. Oh, yay. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Yes, Elizabeth, take deep breaths. It is, oh, man, sometimes. I was once a finance gal, so maybe that's why. Is a finance gal like the same as a finance bro? I genuinely dislike trust. I feel like a lot of people dislike to trust. I really loved it though. I think that was a 5-star read for me and one of my favorites of that year. My poor boyfriend always tries to buy me books that I might love, and he always fails. Dickens is one of my favorite authors ever, by the way. Oh, nice. Okay. I feel like you don't hear that a lot in the modern day, but that does give me some hope. I mean, I did really like A Christmas Carol. It just doesn't feel like I've really experienced Dickens, because I feel like that's got to be one of the most accessible books that he's written. Or that he wrote. Saying he's written sounds like he's still going to be writing. I don't think we're going to get any more Dickens books. Something tells me. But that stinks. It's nice that your boyfriend tries. That does feel like Trust does feel like a book that a boyfriend would buy for their girlfriend, though. I have to say, I was very surprised that I liked it. I think it's more about the temperature for Trust. I don't want to read that in the heat. Yeah, I could see that. I like the idea of that. Like reading it bundled up feels nice. I'm reading Ready Player 2. It's my 8th book of the year. You know, I never did end up reading Ready Player 2, even though I loved Ready Player 1. Please let us know what you think of it. because I still think about that book every once in a while. Like, should I actually go back and read that? It's hosted by Mark Lawrence. Oh yeah, I saw that. I looked into it just a little bit because of her kid, but now I'm deciding. Just move to Switzerland. Honestly, that sounds great. Our uh, Curtis and I watch Jet Lag. We love Jet Lag. Haven't started the new season yet, so no spoilers. If other people here happen to watch Jet Lag, but we are on Nebula specifically for that series. But also one of the guys in it lives in Denver, which I think is awesome. But they did one of their like seasons in Switzerland, and it's still our favorite. I want to go to Switzerland. Maybe we could be super ambitious that one day we could do a group reading holiday. Yes, that is the dream. When I see there's like a few channels that do it through, what is that site called? It starts with a T, I think. But they basically like do trips, and a few like different booktubers will do it through them. And I haven't like looked into them to see like how they work or anything, but I have been very tempted to go on trips that other booktubers have done. And I still am all the time. There's like ones that are actively getting, new people to join in. But also it would be cool to like look into that to see, what they look for in people that they work with, and if it's like set up in a way that I would like, and that I think other people would like. Awesome. Just joined Patreon. Oh, yay. Thank you, Christina. The Discord thing wasn't a deal breaker, but I'm very glad you have plans of making one. Yeah, absolutely. It's technically made. It just needs to be organized. I had originally planned on like creating a Patreon, I think like a year ago. And I did a lot of like the setup for how I thought that it was going to look at the time, but it just didn't feel right. And so I waited for a long time before deciding kind of what I would want, but that means that the Discord was set up in a different way. And so I just need to fix it. During Pride Month, straight romance. I always say that. I like when I just mean only in that genre, like instead of romantasy, I say straight fantasy, like it's only fantasy. But I'm now realizing that whenever I say that, it sounds like I mean just where there's a romance in it that is between a heterosexual couple. But it's funny because the last romance that I read was very much not a straight romance. I don't think I have any queer romance on my shelves right now. But to be fair, I don't have very much romance at all. I think the only two romances I have are The Spanish Love Deception and Mixed Signals. I'm pretty sure. When I lived in Austria, I had a holiday in a reading hotel. Books everywhere, and the atmosphere was so calming. It was a dream come true. Okay, Austria is like one of my favorite places ever. When some friends and I years ago went to, we did a trip to Norway, Denmark, and Germany. And while we were in Munich, we took a train over to Austria for the day. And that was like the most amazing day. I still think about it all the time. And so like we were there for maybe like an hour before we were like, so we're planning a whole trip like just to come here, right? Like we need to just be here. And yeah, I still very much want that to happen. I love Dickens, and Great Expectations is on my July TBR. Oh my gosh, no way. Well, now I'm like, maybe I could read Great Expectations in July. It would be good to get that one off. It does intimidate me. It does intimidate me. And it's another one that's on the book bucket list poster. Finance Gal is the female version of a finance pro. Love it. I just need Dickens to finish Edwin Drood, Unfinished Mystery. Yeah, there's it is kind of crazy, like the books that will never be finished. I'm trying to think. There's Arthur Conan Doyle had one too. I'll be hopping off during the next sprint. Have a great day. Happy reading. Oh, thanks, you too, Michael. I'm a quarter of the way into Ready Player 2. It does nothing new that the first one did. So far, a nice read. Okay. I really enjoyed the first one. It was just so readable. I also spent a holiday at a lake in Switzerland. Would definitely recommend. Love it. Oh, yeah. I've seen Chris and Mads do those hosted holidays. Oh, we could add that to the wish list. Yeah, definitely. I know, reading hotels. Maybe we just do our own and that's all we do. Just go to the reading hotel. It'd probably be cheaper than the other one, but I'll have to look. I think we are privileged that we live in Europe. We have so many travel options in our vicinity. Oh, yeah. The idea that we were in Germany and then we could just take a day trip over to Austria was like mind blowing to me, especially like at the time I was living in Florida where you have to drive 4 hours. Like from where I was at, you had to drive 4 hours north just to get to a different state. And you were just in Georgia. So like it wasn't that exciting. And trains, forget it. Like technically we have the Amtrak, but it is so slow and weirdly expensive. But hopefully one day we'll get that sorted out. I do enjoy visiting other states though, because some states are very, very different. But just like the difference between like North Florida and South Georgia is basically nothing. So it doesn't feel like you're in a new place. If you have the safe keep, it's a queer angle. I don't, but I do have a loan at the library. So hopefully it'll come in soon. And I was kind of thinking of reading In the Dream House this month, which I believe goes over or has like a lesbian relationship in it. And then also Wolf Song is like tentatively on my list. Although I've been less enthused about reading it late. I had a friend that read it and didn't really like it. And she also didn't like the same things I didn't like about House on the Cerulean Sea. So now I'm a little more, yeah. Yes, there are at least in Germany and Austria. But this particular one was exceptional. I might have to get those details from you, Amelia, because maybe that'll be my dream trip. We stayed in the Library Hotel in New York City. The floors are according to the Dewey Decimal System. There are books in each room that correspond to the floor. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. Okay, I love that. All the new dreams we have. Okay, let's do another sprint and do some reading. I'm definitely going to be looking up some hotels later, but not during the sprint. I'm going to be reading. I'm jumping back into Dungeon Crawler Carl, or technically Carl's Doomsday Scenario, the second book for this one. Okay, happy reading, everyone. Okay, next sprint is done. Hi, Jill. Everybody, Jill's here. I haven't been able to join a live stream so far this year, so I thought I would say hello while you're still live. Yay! Oh, I'm glad that you joined. I miss you. For anybody that doesn't know, Jill was we both created the TBR Spin. She's just not doing it this year, but my TBR Spin book is The Kite Runner, but I stopped reading it to jump back into Carl's Doomsday Scenario. I just realized that it's not on the cover of the book. Love it. Yes, Jill. Okay, I missed some other chats. Let me go back real quick. Apparently, we have library hotels in the UK. Ooh, I need to research this. I need to see if there's any library hotels in Colorado or nearby. Oh yeah, you were gonna DM me the details to that hotel, which I very much want to stay in now. The first time we went to the library hotel, I could have just stayed there. There were too many bookstores to visit. We found a used bookstore where the hardback books were $2 and paperbacks $1. Ooh, and in New York? That's impressive. I think I'm going to take a break from Shades of Magic to Emma. Need some Austen humor. That is always a good decision. I've been really wanting to reread Pride and Prejudice lately. Yes. Also, I love that it just boom on the inside, especially considering there's like an explosion on the cover of the book. Absolutely ridiculous. And I didn't realize it until I was like at least 100 pages into the book. I'm getting close to the halfway point. So, and also I'm fully in it again. I just want to be reading this book now, which isn't good because I have other things I need to do today. But I'll get at least one more sprint out of this because this next sprint is going to be our last one for today. But I'm really glad that I chose to pick this one up because so much happened in like the last little bit that I read. And I'm coming to care for these characters even more than I already did, which I didn't know was going to be possible, but like getting more of their backstory and everything, or like their development. Oh, so good. Just finished Blackwood's Blue Sky. Oh, yay. And it was so good. 4.5 stars. Also won an oak tree on the forest. Oh, yes. I haven't used forest in such a long time. Ooh, maybe we should do like the shared ones in these. That would be fun to do. Because you can like share a code, and then it's one of those things where like if one person breaks, then like everybody breaks. I don't know how many people know Forest as a productivity app, but it's like Pomodoro, basically what Focus is, where you set the timer for a specific amount of time, and then you don't do anything during that time. And during that time, like a little tree grows, or sometimes it's like a shrub or something. And then you kind of like add to your little forest every time you like end a Pomodoro session without like checking your phone or something. But then you can also do group ones where you share a code out and then a bunch of people join in the same one. And if one person breaks, then you don't get the tree. So it's like even more incentive. I have to drop a recommendation here. I just read Liz Moore's book, The Unseen World, and loved it. Ooh, thank you for the recommendation. I will definitely be adding that one to the list. Yeah, the boom on the cover. I read Iron Flame for about half an hour and it was only 2%. It's such a huge book. Yeah, it is. It's a big one, but I'm enjoying it. Okay, good. Yeah, I've liked all of them. The first one's my favorite, but I have enjoyed myself the whole time. They're just fun books to read. Missing 28 pages of Fahrenheit 451. We'll definitely finish during the last round. Awesome. That's great. I honestly don't think the older man that owned the used bookstore knew what was there. That's the best thing. Or maybe he didn't care at that point. I studied the kite runner at A level. Brace yourself. Yeah, already, just like the end of chapter 1, I had full body chills and I teared up a little bit. I don't know how that happens with only being with characters for like 8 pages, but I felt that. And then also at the end of the last chapter that I read, the last sentence of that was like, "Oh boy, it's gonna get rough, I can tell." I've been very productive, but I've only read 5 pages. Time for lunch. Thanks for the sprints. Bye all. Bye, Nicole. I'll probably hop in on your sprints tomorrow. So, again, for anybody that wasn't here earlier, Nicole also does reading sprints, and she does them on Mondays. So be sure to check out her channel. I'm reading A Daughter of Smoke and Bone, and I'm about halfway through now. Really good so far. I have heard good things about that. That would be a good. Maybe that's a good. I don't need more series, but currently reading Evening and Weekends by Oisin McKenna. I feel like this is gonna. Is she Irish? I feel like it's gonna be a weird pronunciation that I don't know. Because Irish names are always like that. That cover. That actually works for our prompt. That cover does. Oh, I'm obsessed with that cover. My dream is to go to Portland and Powell's. Yeah, Powell's would be great. My friend went there. Oh, maybe that was quite a few years ago now, but she said it was amazing. It is an Irish name, and I don't know how to pronounce it either. Okay, I feel like they like to make the SIs be like an SH sound or something like that. But some of the pronunciations you could never guess. I mean, I guess probably if you knew like actual Irish, you could guess. Yeah, I've added that to my to look up list. Feel like I've been wanting to read a lot more. I have like a long list now of Irish authors that I want to read too. The Strand in New York City was amazing. Yeah, my bookmark isn't. I have my collection of bookmarks here, but I think the Strand is actually in. I think it's in Infinite Jest right now, so that one's going to be busy for a while. I'm pretty sure it's keeping my place in the footnotes. It's not. I have 2 bookmarks in there. But yeah, that's one of my favorite bookmarks is from the Strand. That was a really awesome trip that I took. Actually, that same friend that went to Powell's, we went to the Strand together. I think it was, I've been there twice. I'm trying to see if there's another fun bookmark that I have. I have this one from Daunt Books. I don't know what it is, but it was in a book that I got from Blackwell's, I think. It just like happened to be in there. And it is one of my favorite bookmarks now, even though I've never been there. Ooh, this one's fun. This isn't really a bookmark. It's technically a brewery like tag that would be on the barrels. I don't know. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about. But it's for the brewery that my brother is the head brewer of in Virginia. So I just like that because it's got like his writing on it from like when the beer was dated, what the alcohol content was, the name of the beer. This is from 2019. So I have a couple of those from him, which I think is very cute. Yeah, I feel like those are all of my good ones. Oh, I have a couple of these tiny ones that I got from Thailand in a bookstore. So those are cute. I loved Powell's when I visited. Oh, that's right. You went there too. I spent 6 hours there and bought 18 books. Wow. Yeah, actually, my friend's main complaint was that the friend that went with her didn't want to stay at the bookstore longer. That was the only bad thing she had to say about the bookstore, is that she couldn't stay for longer. That's how you know it's a good bookstore, when you want to spend that much time in there. I also really love in Ohio, if anybody ever gets a chance to go to Columbus, Ohio, going to a German village there. And it's the Book Loft, which I have a t-shirt that I wear sometimes. And that has 32 rooms of books. They're all like very awkwardly small because it's like built into this like house, like what used to be a house. But if you can go there on a weekday, not a weekend, because it gets so packed, it's so hard to look at the books because all the rooms are so small and weird. It is so much fun to explore. I absolutely love it. One of my best friends lives in Portland, but for reasons I will not visit the US anytime soon. Very fair. Very, very fair. Daunt is also an amazing bookstore. Good to know. Okay, you know what? I had good feelings just based off the bookmark alone. It makes me happy. It feels weird that I've never been there because I love this bookmark so much. It is one of my favorites. It's so cute. Oh, just collecting bookstores like others collect fridge magnets. Yep, that's what we're all here to do. The Strand advertises 48 miles of bookshelves. Yeah, it is such a big bookstore. Actually, that's where I was talking about my bullet journal earlier. That is where I got my first bullet journal, was at the Strand. I had like another journal that I was using just to like see if I liked it, but it wasn't a real bullet journal. So I used that for a little bit, and then I went there and I got my first one. I was so excited about it. Found your channel when I was searching for Bachman books. Oh, nice. And subscribed. Keep up the good work. I'm currently reading Eleanor Oliphant is Completely Fine. That's so weird. I was just filming a video yesterday and I was talking about that book, and the fact that I liked it. So I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, and I recently read My Friends. Oh yeah, I've already talked about it because that was the video that went up on Friday. But I am planning on remaking my Frederick Bachman video, and I think I'm going to fully remake it. Usually I do an update to the video I made in 2020, but this time I think I'm going to fully remake talking about all of his books in one video. Because I feel like I've grown a lot since that video. It was for a long time my most watched video on my channel. Now the first Herkyed video it like just passed it, which is crazy to me. But yeah, I really want to remake that now. I love collecting bookmarks from bookstores. I have grand plans to put together a big art piece of all the bookmarks. Oh my gosh, that would be so cool. But then you can't use them in books. But also sometimes I do feel like that, where like you can tell I use the Daunt books one a lot and the Strand one a lot because the tops of them are like not doing as great. And it would be really fun to have like a full collection. Actually, what do I have? I feel like I have another good bookstore in this one. Oh yeah, Tombolo Books in St. Pete, Florida. It's also queer owned and female owned, and they're amazing. I love them so much. And very cute bookmark for a Florida bookstore. That's in St. Pete, Florida, near Tampa, for those of you that aren't familiar. But that would be so cool. Every time I go to the library. Yeah, I want to collect like library cards. I need to do that. I feel like we've talked about that like a couple times actually in these sprints. People talking about collecting library cards. We went to Louise Erdrich's bookstore in Minneapolis. That's awesome. I imagine visiting a German village in the US would be a very weird experience for me. Yeah, it's named that for the for like actual German people that came over, German immigrants, and that was a very popular neighborhood for them. Like they all were in that neighborhood. At this point, there are things about it that like there's a big German restaurant there, which I don't know. I've only been to Germany once, but I will say that the food does seem very similar to the food that I experienced, at least like the very like German style food that I experienced there. But besides that, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There is like a German heritage club that I think my dad joined for a bit. But now they move between Columbus and North Carolina. Uh, but it's also just like it's just a gorgeous neighborhood because the houses are older. And, like, there's, like, nice brick houses, which you don't get, like, a ton of those in the US because not a ton of, neighborhoods have been around for super long. I'm going to read my first Bachman book this month for her kid. New release. Ooh, and I'm excited for it. Oh, I'm excited to see what you think. I feel like people either love him or are just like, "Meh." I can confirm Dawn Books is so good. I love how they do it by country. What? Oh, that's so cool. Dawn Books organizes the books by country, which is a great way to find new books and to diversify your reading. Okay, in our fantasy, trip that we're all taking that we decided on last last reading break, to add to that, we're going to Dawn Books. I have very specific requirements for bookmarks I actually use in books. They need to be a specific size and weight. Huge fans of the ones from Persephone Books. I don't have any from them. I still have my bookmarks from you. Actually, they're harder to grab because they're in the bottom of my little thing over here. Uh, but yeah, I have this one, which is from the Tower of London. I don't even remember getting this. I think my parents got it for me when I went to London when I was like 11. That was like my first time out of the country and my only time out of the country until I was like 18. But I imagine that my parents got it for me when we went there. But I've had it forever. But I never use it because it's thick. Like it's like a strip of leather. I have 27 book-related t-shirts. That's impressive. I have 3. I have one for the Boulder Bookstore, one for the Book Loft, and also the Boulder Bookstore is great. I do really love that one. One for the Book Loft in Columbus, Ohio, and one that's just a quote from LeVar Burton. But I do have a lot of bookish themed art back here. So yeah, so impressive. I did used to have a Slaughterhouse-Five t-shirt, but I like never wore it just because like I didn't like the style of it as much. I recently went to a cottage for a weekend with a bunch of people I didn't know, and on the third day they asked me if I owned any clothes that didn't relate to books. That's hilarious. That's like my brother, since he does the whole like brewery thing, and creates like beer recipes and stuff. All of his shirts are from other breweries because that's like something he'll do when he goes to other breweries to support them. So like he only has brewery shirts. In the fall, we are going to Ann Patchett's bookstore in Nashville. Wow, that's awesome. She's showing us all up. I need to step up my book gear. Same. Actually, that was one of so for the book bingo that I'm doing, the book bingo board from hell. So not Herkiad, the other book bingo board I'm doing. I'm saying that like when I get a bingo, that's what I can do. I can get myself like bookish merch or something like that. So I guess I did already get that Boulder Bookstore t-shirt before I should have earned it. I forgot that I was doing that. Oops. But now that's what I'm actually doing. And I do kind of want to get a Literally Dead book club thing. I think that could be cute. I like the style of them. But also I like the idea of just like going to local bookstores and seeing what they have. Because there's so many good book shirts out there. Oh, bye, Sam. Thanks for joining. Ooh, any lighthearted book suggestions? You know, I feel like I'm not a great ask for that. No, I have to know. Let me look at the books that I've read so far this year and see which ones are lighthearted. If you like mystery novels, I have read a few lighthearted mystery novels. Dial A for Aunties. Everyone in my family has killed someone, I think is the first book of the Benjamin Stevenson. Yeah, because I still own that one. And those two are series. Do I only ever read lighthearted mysteries? Is that it? Oh, and then like I've read lighthearted romance novels, but yeah, if anybody else has some lighthearted book suggestions, I feel like I'm not. I guess maybe Anxious People by Frederick Bachman. I would say that that's more lighthearted. There's gotta be some, like, lighthearted fantasies. If you like cozy fantasies, probably any of those would be, like, considered lighthearted. But I'm trying to think of ones that are just, like, contemporary or something like that. Actually, Eleanor Oliphant is completely fine. I feel like that's pretty lighthearted. I'm gonna have to think of this one more. I think the bookmark size needs to work for the book size. Yes, I painted some of my own and laminated them. I'd love a bookshop T-shirt. I should have a look for one. Yeah, that's so cool. I do want to design my own bookmarks. That's like a secret, a secret project that I want to do, because I do some digital art. I only just started though. I've mostly done like actual art. So like my little this guy here, which you can barely see, but it's a watercolor of the Northern Lights. But that's one that I did. It's supposed to be replaced with my cross stitching eventually, but I still haven't mounted that. Um, but yeah, I think it'd be really cool to design bookmarks. Thank you. Yes, I'm obsessed with my book art still. I'm still absolutely obsessed with it. I planned on getting like some different pieces that I could like switch out which ones I wanted on there. But I'm just still so obsessed with the ones that I have. I'm not going to lie, I'm horrible at keeping up with bookmarks, so I really use anything. Yeah, I got better at it once I got a specific spot in my office for it. And now I have like a little container that's like hanging on a little pegboard type thing on my wall, and that's where all of these live. Ugh. Oh. I thought I had a different bookmark there that I was going to show that I had made like a long time ago. I've never read a lighthearted book in my life. Yeah, it is funny. Like, I always think like, oh yeah, I read lighthearted books, and then I think more about the book, and I'm like, actually, was that lighthearted? Maybe Greta and Balden by Rebecca Riley. Okay, there's a suggestion. We have a recommendation. Ann Patchett's bookstore, Parnassus, sells t-shirts online. Ooh, nice. You Are Here by David Nichols is pretty light, and it made me want to walk across England. Oh yeah. I liked Wild by Cheryl Strayed, and I wouldn't say that. Well, she does go into like her history, which isn't the most lighthearted thing ever. But oh my gosh, Jill, you're so right. Tom Lake by Ann Patchett. Great recommendation. Yeah, that's the only thing on my wall that I've done. Everything else is I got from, I think, Etsy shops for the most part, except for this guy here. That was a print that I bought when I was in Copenhagen that I am obsessed with. And then I think, oh wait, technically, okay, here, I'm gonna move you. Technically, I did that too. That's my embroidery for spring. I've got one for 2 of the seasons. My fall one's almost done, and I still have to do my winter one. And the plan is to switch that out every season. Oh, and I was just talking about Pride and Prejudice. I love this one. That's my Pemberley art. I actually recently followed you on Storygraph and remember your reflection being like emotional, reflective, and dark. So this is even more funny to me because I also do not read lighthearted books. Yep. I feel like that's got to be true for a lot of readers, or maybe it's just the readers I surround myself with. I have gotten that question before for lighthearted reads, and I had an equally hard time suggesting. Oh, Glorious Exploits. That has been mentioned a few times earlier in this chat. I think somebody was reading it and somebody had just finished it, and they both had great things to say about it. Ish. I consider Victorian Psycho to be a lighthearted book, but that might sound weird or suspicious to some people. Yeah. But I get it. I also get it, though. No Longer Human is pretty lighthearted. Also, memoir Be Ready When the Luck Happens is a light read. Okay, so we've got a few suggestions. Hopefully this helps you. Was this Nadim that asked, I think? Or no, this is Arul that asked. Okay. Hopefully you've got some good suggestions. And yes, Meryl Streep reads Tom Lake and she does a fantastic job. So if you like audiobooks, it's great. Okay, I think it's time to jump into our last reading sprint of the day. This is fun. This is fun bookstore chat and bookmark chat. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Oh, before we do start, I do usually like to talk about when my next one's going to be, so that people can hop out if they need to for the last sprint. But I am thinking I'll probably be doing another one next week. But also, I am thinking about doing some um, during the evening, my time on work days sometimes now, like on weekdays, I guess I should say, Monday through Friday. I don't know which day yet, but probably like a Tuesday or Thursday. Mostly because there's some people that watch these after the fact in Australia that never get to join for the lives. So I'm going to try to every once in a while do a live that's more suited to that time. Okay. But probably next week will be my next one, and that'll just be straight reading sprints, obviously, because we've already done the spin for July. Okay, now officially, happy reading, everybody. Okay, that was our last sprint. How did everybody's reading go? Ooh, the audio is amazing. My Name is Barbara by Barbara Streisand. Ooh. I do love audiobooks that are read by the people that wrote them, especially when they're memoirs. Finished The Crimson Moth and halfway through The Rebel Witch. Perfect duo for a restorative weekend. Nice. Speaking of duos, does anybody know any good duologies? Because I thought that Vicious and Vengeful was a duology, but apparently V.E. Schwab is going to be writing a third book and it's going to be a trilogy. And that was going to be my pick for the Her Kid like series Stairway or whatever it's called for the duology. And now I need to think of something else. So if anybody has any good duology recommendations, I would love to hear it. Yay, Marie! Finish your book. Speaking of Her Kid, finish your 500-page book to read in a day. That's awesome. I'm glad the sprints could help you get to the finish line. Oh, finished mine too. Thanks for the sprints. You're welcome. Yay. My daughter and husband just came home from a bike ride. We talked a while, then my daughter watched you silently a full minute before walking out. Maybe she was hoping the show would get more interesting. Fair. That's hilarious. I'm reading The Hearing Trumpet by Leonora Carrington. It's surrealist fiction that holds up on a reread. Ooh, surrealist fiction. That sounds good. Maybe I need to join sprints more because I just read 65 pages. That's great. Great job. I did not read that much. I don't even know how much I read, actually. I hadn't been paying attention to my page numbers. I usually do, but it's usually for the books that I start, and I forgot that that's what I was doing. But I'm having a great time, and we're to more of like the stuff that happens like outside of battles that I really like. And it's cool to see that. And we're seeing a little bit more of the world, which is exciting. Have to find another sprint because I noticed that I still have to read 100 pages for book club tomorrow. Oh no. Yeah, hopefully there's another one going on. I don't know of any offhand, but I was absolutely wrapped up in battle scenes. Nice. I'm so pleased I could stay for all the sprints. Yay. Yeah, me too. Duology, The Girl with the Louding Voice. Oh, I remember that being popular, and its sequel. I didn't realize that was a duology. I just remember hearing about the first one. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I thought that I knew more. I thought that I knew more duologies, but I've just been sitting trying to think of them and having absolutely nothing come to mind. I guess I could Google. I'm also bad at tracking page numbers, but I definitely wasn't on page 240 when I started. That's good. I assume you're on page 240 now. So that's one way to know that you've made it. You've made it further. Okay, I'm Googling book duologies, and we're going to look at some book duologies. Oh, Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom. I have thought about reading Six of Crows. That feels like one that I just fully missed out on. Finally, the romance is picking up a bit. It's getting really fun. That's always a great time. You were reading a romantasy, right? If I remember correctly. Okay, I found a list on Goodreads, but it's not a great list because it's not showing you both of them. It's just showing you any book that. Okay, here we go. Okay, the first one on this list is also Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom. I've never read Lee Bardugo before. I do own Ninth House, but I have not read it. King of Scars, also by Lee Bardugo. Does Lee Bardugo just love doing duologies? Is that a thing? Lonnie Taylor, I feel like I've heard of. Strange the Dreamer. Hannah Witten, For the Wolf. One Dark Window and Two Twisted Crowns. I feel like I've heard of that. Echo North, I've never heard of. A Song of Wraith and Ruin. I feel like that only sounds familiar. Oh, no, I have heard of this one. Wait, I think I was interested in reading this book at a time. Okay, that's also a possibility. Ooh, good. Six of Crows is so good. Okay. Good to know. That I feel like could be pretty high on the list of possibilities. Maybe I'll do like if I could get like library loans to line up, maybe I'll do like try a chapter of a couple of first books and duologies and decide. I bought Waterstone's One Dark Window and Two Twisted Crowns special editions as I love this duo. Ooh, okay. Okay, let me go back and screenshot that one too. I'm just going to have a bunch of screenshots of duologies later. I haven't read the second one, but I definitely need to. If you start it, I might need to reread it. Awesome. Oh man, I suffered through Strange the Dreamer. Got it. I liked it much more than her Shadow and Bone series, which isn't a duo anyway. I've heard that quite a bit, actually. Has anyone read Middlesex by Jeffrey Eugenides? I used to know how to pronounce his last name. That's my next big book to read. I have it. Okay, so I have read, actually, I don't know how much. I'm going to go check. Okay, this is going to be me telling on myself because I was supposed to read this for book club. I made it 28 pages into this book. I am still planning on reading it. It'll also be a great help for that it can be the intersex for the LGBTQIA reading rainbow of for her kid. So it also works for that. But basically I started it and then I didn't realize how big of a book it was until I started reading it. Like it didn't look that big to me, but like the text is pretty small and it's got a lot more pages than this looks like it is. Yeah, it's like 550 pages, 530 pages. That does not look like 530 pages. So yeah. And then I realized I couldn't go to the book club anyway. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to try to like rush myself to read this book. I'll put it on pause, finish the other books I was reading. And then I just never picked it back up. But I still want to because I've heard really good things and my book club liked it, if that helps you. Oh, I read the Ruthless Vows series this year and it was fun and generally not that hard to get sucked into. Ooh, okay. Eugenides. I don't know if I'm still trying to say it the way that Eugenides. Eugenides? Is that it? That sounded like something. If you stretch it, you could read Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. Unfortunately, I've already read Alice in Wonderland and rereads don't count in this. And technically, you could do a whole like point system thing with it and make rereads count, but that is a good suggestion. I own the same edition and I really don't know if it's for me, but I've owned it for so long. Yeah, I'm hoping that I like it and don't want to DNF it. But my book club did like it, so I have hope. But I think that it's harder for me to pick up now because I started it and then just stopped it. So now it's more difficult. Eugenides. Is that it? I love that you're trying to help me with this. I had a coworker the other day that was like, I can't remember how to pronounce this person's last name. And I was trying to phonetically write it into our like work chat. I was like, I hope that this works. Eugenides. Yay. Okay. Got it. There's Klaus. If you'd be interested in a buddy read at some point this year, I could start another big book instead. Yeah, that would be great, actually. I could probably do it in July, before Booker, and then otherwise it would have to be after Booker. So either of those, I'm happy to do. Okay, I haven't heard. Oh, I've heard of this Wicked Fox. It looks YA. I'm uncertain. I'm not opposed to reading YA though. Oh, Ready Player One and Ready Player Two would have worked, but I've already read Ready Player One. That would have been a fun one. All Stars and Teeth. So many of these I have not heard of. Okay, I feel like this helped me a little bit. I feel like I at least have 3 options now. Oh, yes, I'm glad that you were here. If ever you wanna come back, even as, like, a guest to be up here on the screen with me, especially for TBR Spin, that would be great. Have fun vacuuming. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for joining, and thanks for, all the newbies that were here too. That was really awesome. Um, but okay, I don't care as long as it's this year, so you should decide when to start best. Okay, I will think about it, and I will message you maybe tomorrow with my decision, with when I think it'll fit better. I just need to more look at my reading for July and decide. But I, I have like a more positive, I think, view of vacuuming because my dad owned a vacuum store. I mean, it was a vacuum and appliance store, but it was like it had vacuums in the title. Um, so in my head, vacuuming is like more positive than I think it usually is. But yeah. Bye, Jill. Bye, everyone. Hopefully see you next week for some more sprints. Thanks all. Bye.